So it's 11:15 and I'm hoping that the board members are ready. Thank you to our board clerk team for making sure I knew what link to utilize. And I'm impressed that when I went to the webpage, it was all laid out there right in front of me. So thank you. So there's Commissioner Fye, and Commissioner Rogers is just off camera. All right, welcome back everyone to our second work session Zoom link for today. We're going to pick up with at least item 4 and potentially item 5 before we break for lunch, and then reconvene time certain with a speaker at 1 p.m. Ms. Noyola, did you or Mr. Moss have anything you needed to bring to the fore?
We were just going to say that we're live.
Oh, silly me for not checking. Thank you very much. Good heavens, my bad. All righty. So we'll move on then to our public health team, Marnie Kyle. And there she is, Tricia Mortel. Thank you. We'll turn it over to you on the Public Health Advisory Committee member appointment.
Good morning again, Chair Harrington and board. The only thing I really wanted to say is most of you have probably figured out this is Tricia's last official appearance. No? Oh, are you going to be back for TRL? Oh, okay. Well, never mind. But what I did want to say is I know many of you have had a lot of really nice comments about Tricia and her leadership and her time as our public health administrator. And I wanted to also reassure you that when we do appoint, we have an action item next week to appoint a public health administrator. And at that time, I'm hoping we'll all have time to thank Tricia for her service here in Washington County. So I just wanted to reassure you that you'll have that time next week, and you'll get to see her twice next week. So with that, for this brief Public Health Advisory Council update, I'll turn it over to Tricia.
Thank you, Marnie. Good morning. Good morning. It is morning. Chair Harrington, Commissioners, I'm here to present information about 2 applicants for the Public Health Advisory Council. I will say that recruitment during the time of COVID for councils has been tough. We currently have had 3 openings for quite a while. We also have one of our members on sabbatical, having the opportunity to participate in a year-long leadership training. And so we're hoping maybe she'll come back to us. She was a previous chair in next year. But I also want to thank the Office of Community Engagement, Equity, and Inclusion for the efforts that they've put forward to really build leadership opportunities and trainings for new leaders within Washington County, because I think we really benefited from that on our council, and I'm sure on many of the other councils. So really excited to bring you at least 2 applicants for 3 plus 1 of our vacancies right now. I will apologize if any of our applicants are listening, because I know I will not do this person's name justice. She was able to join us last month to sit in and listen in on the Public Health Advisory Council. So we are recommending that your board appoints Matavi. I'm not going to attempt her last name. She is a senior IT consultant at Kaiser Permanente. So again, well connected to the health services field. So some understanding of public health. She's a first-generation immigrant of Indian origin who became a U.S. citizen. And she wants to serve on the council to gain an understanding of the factors impacting public health and help to influence support and services for underrepresented communities. She identifies as Asian American, and female. Our second applicant is Rachel Arnold. It's also great to have Rachel applying because Rachel is the Director of Operations at HealthShare. HealthShare being the largest CCO here for our county. We do a tremendous amount of work with HealthShare, and this is the first time we've had a HealthShare staff join our council, so that we're real excited. She sees serving on the Public Health Advisory Council as an opportunity for professional background and experience to serve her community and advocate for improved health outcomes for members and the community. And that's something that Marnie, as board chair, and any of the staff that have worked with HealthShare have really championed. Not only are they there for their members, but they're there for the community. Part of their work is to improve the health of the whole community. So we're pleased to bring those applicants to you for consideration to fill current vacancies within the Public Health Advisory Council.
Thank you, Ms. Mortel. Commissioners, do you have any questions? I just wanted, go ahead, Commissioner Treese.
I just wanted to say thank you to Tertia for all of her work here. And I had the opportunity in my first 2 years to serve on the Health Advisory Committee, and I really enjoyed it. I also want to congratulate you for being a real leader in bringing the DEI work to this particular committee. So I know that this group was out in front, so to speak, and I appreciate your commitment and your true value in having the community at large be represented. So thank you for that, and you will be missed.
Thank you, Commissioner Treese.
Thank you. I just want to say, I think Ms. Bardawaj will be a great addition to this roster. I do have a question with regard to Ms. Arnold's appointment. I just want to make sure that it gets asked and answered today. Given that she is the Director of Operations at HealthShare of Oregon and that close tie with Washington County's work, I want to make sure that it's clear to our public community with regard to any conflict of interest with regard to contracts. Is there anything that you can share with us today, or Mr. Carr, as well as anything that perhaps we should make note of as we adopt the roster at a future business meeting?
So we provide orientation to all new FAC members, and in particular, we have in the past had County Council do a presentation to board members about conflict of interest. We haven't done it regularly, so that's something I can leave behind as a legacy for them to consider to do a refresher every year, Chair Harrington. But I think that in particular, this is an easy process for people to understand their role on boards and commissions. I know I thoroughly was coached when I was on a state commission for the same reason, but we will make sure that these new members are well trained in the state policies. And Marnie has her hand up.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Kyle.
So I just wanted to add, Chair Harrington and board, that Ms. Arnold's position at HealthShare, she does assist with getting contracts out, but she doesn't make decisions about funding or who receives contracts. So, but in her role as HealthShare, she does assist with contracting. So we'll make sure that it's, that is really a clear differentiation, and that HealthShare also has a conflict of interest policy. And so I think between both organizations, I don't see a conflict.
Great. And I don't know if I'm out of school in making the following suggestion. I really appreciate the format of getting the applicant profiles. And I'm familiar with when we actually adopt the roster in our board meeting, that's also included in the packet. I would just like to make the suggestion of adding a little paragraph about that so that that information is available to our public so they see transparently that we've pursued that, asked and answered. So any other board comments? I think it's a great slate. Thank you for doing all the hard work. And yes, Ms. Mortel, you are highly valued, and I'll save my comments for a future meeting. Okay, I think you've got thumbs up from all the board members on this. Yep, okay. We'll look forward to you bringing it forward at our August 3rd business meeting.
Marnie will bring it forward at your August 3rd business meeting. You know?
I meant you organizationally, thank you, in the vernacular. We want you to have a wonderful retirement, believe me. Thank you for role modeling that. Okay, we'll move on then. Yes, we do still have time for item number 5, Planning Commission appointment discussion. Hello, Mr. Roberts, there you are.
Hello, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm actually going to ask Todd Borkowitz to walk us through a staff report. We're here today to consider potential appointments to the Planning Commission. We have 2 vacancies in District 1, and Todd can walk us through the details. Teresa Cherniak is our principal community planner, and she's here as well to help answer any questions that we might have. So thank you.
Yes, good morning, Chair Harrington and Commissioners. I'm Todd Borkowitz, Associate Planner in Community Planning. And as Stephen indicated, we are here to present candidates for consideration for 2 District 1 Planning Commission appointments. So the first is for a position that was held by Ian Beatty until this past January. This new appointee would be eligible to serve the remainder of the 4-year term that began on January 1st of this year, and 1 additional 4-year term. The second is for a midterm vacancy effective immediately due to the resignation of Anthony Mills. The appointment expires January 31st, 2022, but the appointee will serve the remainder of this term and would be eligible to serve 2 additional terms. There are 12 active applicants, including 4 applicants from District 1. And we also received an application from Nancy E. Thomas, who was listed as on a previous board agenda, but since withdrew for consideration. Staff reviewed applicant materials and conducted phone interviews with each candidate. The agenda contains information about each of these candidates. We're happy to go through each of those or to answer any questions that you have. Today, we ask that the board review and consider the Planning Commission District 1 candidates, provide direction to staff on these appointments, and if you are ready to move forward on these appointments, to authorize an action for the August 3rd board meeting to select and appoint candidates. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Well, given that the Planning Commission is one of our unique appointment processes in that the committee members are appointed with the recommendation of the district commissioner. So I would start by asking Commissioner Fye, the District 1 commissioner, what her thoughts are.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually behind on this issue, so I think I need time to review the applications closely. I think I saw 2 more new people that added on to apply. Is that correct, Stephen? Or is it 1 more person?
We did have a couple of recent applicants since the last time we were here a few months ago. And those were, well, I better let Todd give you the names just so I don't accidentally make a mistake.
No, I have them right in front of me. I think these are good list of folks to consider, and I'm interested in getting back to a couple folks to elevate for District 1.
Okay.
Chair Harrington, you're double muted.
No, I just forgot my single unmute. Thank you. I appreciate that, Michael. Commissioners, I'm just wondering if, I know we're anxious to make sure that we have, or I'm anxious to see that we have a full roster appointed here to the best of our abilities. I'm wondering if the board would like to offer Commissioner Fye a week to get to this. Given our convening schedule, I know we have a business meeting to adopt the roster on the 27th. Oh, and then we have a business meeting on August 3rd. So I think what I'm suggesting is that we bring this item back for a quick check-in on July 27th to give Commissioner Fye the opportunity to get her thoughts together, and that we do the appointment on August 3rd. Commissioners, thoughts on that idea? And any other comments you want to make? Because we're familiar with some of these applicants for prior recommendations, but we just didn't have the number of positions open for, I recognize several of these names. But I know, for example, Mr. Kimmy applied previously, but there was only one District 3 position appointed, or perhaps I think it was for Planning Commission. Commissioner Rogers had a couple of good folks, and I remember him mentioning Mr. Kimmy then. So anyway.
My only thought is we're really needing to get that group functioning and back up. So I have no problem with the week, but I think it ought to be a recommendation next week.
Yeah, and if I could I chime in, Chair? Sorry, I was raising my hand, and I think you took that as a vote, and I was actually just waving my hand. But
that's great. Thanks.
I'd just like to, I think, remind Nafisa that, as you can see under my 2 District 4 commissioners, one of them actually lives in District 3. And so I don't want you to feel like you're restricted to just the District 1 individuals. And also, I have a long time viewed the Planning Commission as one of our most critical commissions, and it's primarily because of the technical process they have to go through, reading significant packets of information and trying to process that, and certainly follow what we recommend as commissioners as policy, but also what they recommend as what they think is a good process, and maybe certainly maybe different from our policy. So we need to have them be, I think, very globally in their process about how they make recommendations. This is totally a labor of love, and I really appreciate anyone who's willing to step up and do this. My son-in-law is on the Planning Commission in Sherwood, and he regularly goes through 150 or 200 page packets of information. So whenever I make my recommendations for my Planning Commission folks, it's knowing that they're going to have the time to really process that and do a good job. So, and I'm sure all of these folks that applied will do that. So I just wanted to, I guess, give you my 2 bits worth on that.
Thank you, Chair Holly. Appreciate that. Duly noted. I wonder about your process of how do you check to make sure people are going to actually they have the time and the capacity to do this work.
And if staff has any comments on that as well.
Yeah, actually, I had that conversation with Stephen, so you may reach out and have that same conversation, because I read the snapshot overview of each one of these, and then reached out and said, so do we have any kind of guidelines for technical expertise that works really well on planning commission, and what is kind of our focus? And the answer was no, not really. But they do have kind of a criteria, and as the staff works with the planning commission very closely on these projects, I think it is good to have some basic understanding, but then again, a lot of it depends on their ability to just process information. And so I think we've got some good candidates in this, and I may do a little bit more homework on this and just give you my perspective on a couple of them just for your own consideration. But that's just from my observation. So that's my 2 bits worth.
Commissioner Fye, I will just add that in regards to your question, that staff does perform brief interviews with all of the candidates, and we have done that with all of them that are before you today. And some of that is to remind the candidates of the demands of the Planning Commission and what they should expect when they're sitting on the Planning Commission from a time commitment standpoint. And also we do ask the question of if they understand that and if they are willing to put in that time. And all of the candidates listed have answered yes and seem to have an understanding of that time commitment.
Relative to that time commitment, Mr. Berkowitz, I know there was some discussion of the Planning Commission changing from having some of their meetings in the daytime to having at least more of their work sessions in the evening hours, so that people didn't have to take time away from work in order to volunteer on the Planning Commission. Where do things stand in that regard?
I'm going to let Teresa take that one, if you would, Teresa.
So in the time where we are mostly doing work sessions, we did poll the Planning Commission members, and they did indicate that they prefer evening meetings if we were to go to just one meeting a month for the work sessions when we don't have ordinances and a lot of work for them. So that's what we've been doing for the last number of months. But when we get to the ordinances and hearings and such, there are times when we need to have each of the meetings. And right now, the rules do have it set up where there's alternating each 2 weeks. There's a day meeting and a night meeting. And so it has come up whether there might be interest in going to just evening meetings. And that is something that we've talked about discussing with the Planning Commission and gauging whether that's something they would want to pursue. And then if they did, it would mean coming back to the board and discussing it with the board, since that is, I believe it's in their rules of procedure. So that would have to officially change for that to happen.
Thank you. And I appreciate the work that staff has put in both interviewing applicants and making sure they're helping applicants understand what it takes to be a committed member. Yep. Thank you, Commissioner Treese. I do have a question. I made a proposal that would sequence it out, and Commissioner Rogers had suggested that we accelerate that. And I'm just wondering with regard, and I don't know that our recorders know the answer off the top of their head or if staff knows, but I don't know if we've put other commissioners in that same bind of having the work session for the Planning Commission appointments and the actual appointments in the same week. So if we are to accelerate that, I want to make sure that Commissioner Fye is comfortable with that, but we also understand if we're being sufficiently consistent and fair. Go ahead, Mr. Roberts. Thank you for signal.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to offer a suggestion in terms of the procedures going forward here. So I think if we want to check back in at next week's work session, I would suggest that we probably delay the action to appoint members until the August 17th board meeting. We're actually needing to turn in our agenda items for August 3rd today, or tomorrow rather. So it may be better if we were able to just have some direction, and then we can bring forward a specific motion to appoint specific individuals on the 17th.
And so if you can help me appreciate sort of the cost of inaction then, which is one of the questions I use in my scenario planning in my head. I can't recall what is before the Planning Commission coming up in the middle or in the month of August with regard to having a new member. So if we don't take action until August 17th, what is that cost of inaction, if I use my own little phrase?
Yeah, I'll let Teresa take that one. Yeah.
Okay. So we are polling the Planning Commission members right now on whether they can, their next regularly scheduled meeting would be August 4th. What we're proposing is that on that date that they do one more training session that's looking at their norms about how they operate and how they work together. And then the next regular business meeting would be August 18th. And we haven't finalized the August 4th training, but if the decision was made on the 17th, then prospective or the new members would miss the August 4th training, but would make the next business meeting.
Well, it looks like the proposal is that we come back to this on July 27th. So we would have a comfortable indication from the board. So for those that we close that work session with the sense of who will be recommending for this slate, I think then that provides the opportunity for that person to at least attend those Zoom meetings, so to speak, to be caught up so that he or she is prepared for the August 18th meeting. And I feel very comfortable with the support that our staff provides to new members. So so I'd like to restate, the suggestion is that Commissioner Fye has the opportunity to engage further, and that this topic would come back to us on July 27th in our work session. Do I have that right? 27th? Yes. And I'm assuming, Ms. Angie, that our agenda could accommodate that. Thank you. I see her shaking her head yes. And that we would close in that work session. So we would have a recommended roster for adoption August 17th. Any other board thoughts? I see a thumbs up from Commissioner Fye. I know I'm thumbs up with it. Okay, great. All right, it's unanimous. Then we'll move forward with it.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Ms. Angie, for suggesting that we take care of those two items this morning. And so at this juncture, I suggest that we break for lunch and reconvene at 1 p.m. We'll have agenda topic 3, Reimagine Oregon, with an outside speaker, time certain, at 1 p.m. And I am hopeful. It looks like item number 6 is just with our staff, no outside speaker. I'm seeing Ms. Angie shake her head. So that item would follow. Sound like a plan, Ms. Angie?
Yes, Chair Harrington, just for members of the public that may be listening, staff have already updated the agenda. So the agenda reflects item 5 being Reimagine Oregon and then tolling. So I just want to ensure there's not confusion for members of the public.
Great. And they'll have whatever the appropriate Zoom link is right up on the agenda page as well.
Yes.
Terrific. Are there any last closing items for this portion of our work session before we take our break? Seeing nobody step forward, we'll pause the work session for now and we'll see one another at 1 p.m. Thank you. Hi, Clerk Moss.
This is just a reminder that we're live right now.
I was just checking in. Thank you, Anna. So we're recording as well?
Yes.
Terrific. Well, welcome back, everyone, to the continuation of the Tuesday, July 20th, 2021, Washington County Board of Commissioners work session. It is now 1 o'clock. I am here with a full complement of commissioners, Commissioner Treese, Commissioner Fye, Commissioner Rogers, Commissioner Willie, and myself, Chair Catherine Harrington. We have two topics for our afternoon portion of today's work session. The first is Reimagine Oregon with some outside special guests. So at this stage, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Latricia Tillman, our Chief Equity and Inclusion Officer and our Director for the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Community Engagement. Thank you, Ms. Tillman. Take it away.
Good afternoon, Chair Harrington and Board of County Commissioners. I am here to provide brief comment around some support requested and direction requested for how Washington County continues to engage with the Reimagine Oregon project. The next slide has the policy question that I'm asking you all to provide some guidance and direction on. And this question comes because when I began at Washington County 10 months ago, Washington County had already been engaging with Reimagine Oregon. I'm sorry, my computer's doing something weird. The work that had already started under Chair Harrington's leadership with the support of Elizabeth Mazzara Myers had identified a number of commitments between Washington County and Reimagine Oregon. And I had been asked to take that work over. And in taking that work over, wanted to center the work of the voices and perspectives of Black and African American Washington County staff. What became really clear in asking that question was that maybe the board and some of our department directors really needed an orientation to what Reimagine Oregon project is. So I'm going to turn the slides over to Marcus Mundy, who is the Chief Executive Officer for the Coalition of Communities of Color and an active leader and participant within Reimagine Oregon project, to give all of us an orientation to Reimagine Oregon. And then we'll come back to the question and I'll provide a little bit more context to the direction that we're seeking today. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Marcus Mundy.
All right. Well, thank you, Latricia, and good afternoon, Chair Harrington and her fellow commissioners. It's good to hear and see everybody and know that you're there today, even though I can't quite see all of you, but that's all right. Thank you for letting me speak today. I am here today in my capacity as a steering committee member of Reimagine Oregon. And as the slide says, this is a unique moment in history. It'll give us a chance to reckon with Oregon's very checkered history, but also it's a slightly checkered present. It's time to begin dismantling Oregon's systemic racism. So next slide, please. And that's just some folks to remind us, you can see the sign there, I can't breathe. Next slide, please. It's just to remind us that the Reimagine Oregon project really was born out of the George Floyd protest back in May of last year. As we're all fully aware, a Black man was killed. And so, you know, the unrest that ensued from that really led us in Oregon, a host of Black leaders to get together and say, what can we do? And so we thought by getting individuals like you commissioners and your counterparts in some of the other counties, and everybody from the governor to the senators, both federal and state, to the representatives, both federal and state, county commissioners, metro, a lot of different jurisdictions of electeds. We wanted to get them together and see if we could problem solve together for the benefit of the Black community. And, even though we were calling attention to the George Floyd incident and to some longstanding issues, to Washington County's credit, and as mentioned by your CEIO, Washington County had already begun to take steps. You all back in February of 2020, before the protests began, had approved the CEIO and a whole departmental group supporting the CEIO to make change in Washington County. And you should be applauded for that. We applaud you for that. But there's a lot more work to do. And I would just encourage you, and I probably will mention it a couple times during this brief presentation. It's good to take the first step, but you have to continue the walk. You have to continue to support both your new administrator, Tanya Angie, your new CEIO, Latricia Tillman. You have to give them the resources they need to help educate your staff and to work with us out in the community. Next slide, please. Well, that speaks for itself. Dismantling systemic racism must happen in our lifetimes. It doesn't do anybody any good. And I will tell you, just as a personal aside, as I'm closer to the end of my lifetime than the beginning, I really hope you all put some pace to this and some speed to this. I would actually like to see some of these changes take effect before I leave this mortal coil here. Next slide, please. So Reimagine Oregon. So we did come together, and we did come together largely to move policy. And so this is a handful of our policy demands, and it's important. While you at the county, you don't control every element of each one of these, you control many elements of many of these. And so you'll see, if you take the time to go to the Reimagine website, which, just as an aside, the website is being updated. We're in the final stages of hiring our permanent director. We're in the final stages of hiring that permanent director's assistant. We are in, we do have both a press conference and a community meeting. It's going to be joint. That is going to happen before the end of the summer. So we will give you the specific dates when they come out, but we'll keep you abreast of that. And at that gathering, we are going to do not a scorecard or a report card. We're just going to do an update as to where everybody is, everybody being all the electeds who joined with the Reimagine group for those legislative policy sessions. We're going to see where they are with where their commitments were and the progress they've made. But the kinds of things we'll be discussing are these policy demands: education policy, housing and houselessness, the police and the carceral system divestments. And don't let that frighten you. And we can talk more about that. But that and community safety are very, very ongoing and important things to our community. That's why the protest began. And so that's an area that does need redress. Health and well-being, transportation, economic development, and just the overall access to and participation in the legislative process. So all of these things are listed out amongst our policy demands, and we get as granular and specific as we can, but we also need the interaction with elected bodies like your commission to make sure that progress continues. Next slide, please. And I will say, both on the last slide and this one, on all those policy demands, what we're looking for is what we saw in the COVID response, what we saw in the response to the fires, what we saw in response to the ice storms. We were looking for a whole of government response, because this issue, this systemic, embedded, entrenched racism is no less an emergency than any of those other items. So we have to remember that what we're working on is a slow moving train wreck, but it's been a constant danger for decades. And so what we're asking the commission to consider, of course, is a very big lift, but I have seen both Washington County, other counties in Oregon and the state react quickly and strongly when there was enough of a public hue and cry and attention, and it was good for the public order. And we feel this rises, Reimagine Oregon feels this rises to that level for your Black citizens, your Black voters, your Black Oregonians out there. So part of why I was here was just to tell you a couple of things we did at the state legislative session that we both had help from Washington County doing, and also some opposition from Washington County. But the kind of policy issues you will see from Reimagine Oregon, they do span. I just put a couple up here, but basic things in housing, like ban the box, so people's housing applications don't show every bad thing they ever did in their life, or canceling rent for COVID affected folks. You all are very involved in that, and we were a big proponent of getting that done, and trying also to keep the landlords whole. You know, we understand that there's two sides of the housing equation. We're not making any suggestions without thinking about the landlords, but we really have to think about the people who are being displaced. For education, we looked at ending zero tolerance for discipline policies and banning of suspensions and expulsions in early childhood education. Again, and no surprise, Black students are among the highest number expelled and suspended. And this is even in early childhood. So we're looking at these things and supporting things that address that. The last bullet there, public safety, criminal justice. We were very disconcerted that House Bill 2002 did not pass, and even half of the community created the vetted issues that we were fighting for. We did get and help get abolishment of supervision fees. There was some money set aside for reimagining safety and transforming justice fund, and even a little bit, $4 million for restorative justice, but that wasn't enough. And one reason why it wasn't enough is that there were some electeds, even in Washington County, not this commission, but even in Washington County, that were actively working against House Bill 2002. And, you know, and I've read the letter from the DAs and the sheriffs back in April, opposing House Bill, and saw their reasons, but their reasons to reimagine Oregon's thinking did not rise to the level where they should have opposed it. They should have been working with Reimagine and other groups trying to come up with solutions where that could pass. You know, and a lot of the time, again, I mentioned it earlier on, a lot of times people get a little frustrated and afraid when they hear the defund and abolish the police, defund the police, abolish the police. Again, you've heard this from me before, but in other settings, but that is a very nuanced discussion. They are not saying they don't want police. Nobody in Reimagine subscribes to no police. What they are saying is a reallocation of some resources put into some support sources like the social services. So again, you know, I don't want Reimagine nor the county commission to get caught in this little rhetorical circle of sound bites. What we're trying to do is find solutions that help public safety, that help criminal justice, that help the system. And so we're focused on that. In fact, the only thing that got additional funding in the last cycle, the police actually got more funding for body-worn cameras. You know, one of the good things the county did in the last year or so, they had open discussions with the citizens of Washington County. Our groups participated in several of those discussions. There were discussions about body-worn cameras. There were discussions about budgets. There were discussions about getting people more involved in housing and wraparound services from the available federal funds. The county has done a good job of outreaching and sharing information with the community. And again, I only mention that because, you know, for all this talk and noise about people worried about defunding the police, the sheriff's office in Washington County got more money. So that's one thing to think about when we're running down the list of, you know, all this rhetoric. It's really important that we keep our eye on the focus of dismantling systemic racism. And Reimagine Oregon and other groups out there that we're working with are really working hard to get to that place. So I did want to mention those were just a few of the things that we were working on. And again, that's out there right now. You can see the bills that we're tracking. You can see the summaries of the successes and some less than successful things that we've undertaken, but that's where we're headed, and that's why we want to work with the county. Next slide, please. So Washington County commitments. Part of the document you will see on our website is a listing of every county and city that has been participating in the Reimagine Oregon legislative discussions. And I believe that CEIO Tillman also has some of the commitments that Washington County has made, and she can speak to that perhaps afterwards. But the one thing I will say on this slide that's important, these are some positive. Washington County made commitments to fund public safety. Well, you did fund body-worn cameras, that's for public safety. You did fund Reimagine Safety. And even though that group is separate from Reimagine Oregon Project, we very strongly support you continuing to fund that work. Staffing, yes, you made the resolution, approved the resolution back in February of 2020. But since that time, you have staffed up a CEIO, some members of her department, and you have begun to make strides in that area, bringing different of your staff on, working with your bureau directors. So we've observed a lot of progress in those areas. So that's a commitment you made and a commitment that you kept. And you did make a commitment to attend our Reimagine Oregon sessions, which are totally optional, but it's highly appreciated when the commissioners from the counties that we work with most frequently, and the cities, the larger cities, and the state legislators, and the governor. The governor has made every meeting. And so the one thing I was asked to share with the Board of County Commissioners, the chair has made almost every meeting. Some of the other commissioners have made meetings, but I would encourage all of you commissioners to ask anybody on the steering committee questions, but also to try to step up your attendance, because it is important that you hear firsthand and that you also be able to ask questions real time of the community. And many of the steering committee members are your own constituents, but to hear from the steering committee, to hear from the Reimagine Oregon team about what is really concerning them. And you can ask any question, nothing is off the table. So I would just encourage, whether it's a rotation or just higher participation. I have worked with all of you, I respect all of you, and I know that all of you would have a lot of good questions to ask and to pose to the Reimagine team. So I would offer that. But Washington County has made some commitments. We are gonna not hold feet to the fire. We are gonna revisit those commitments with you. We are going to ask to work with you to help resolve them and any impediments along the way. We are your partners in this. We are not antagonists. We are working together for the good of Washington County, which is just one of the jurisdictions that we're working with. Next slide, please. That title's a little fraught, promises unfulfilled by elected officials, but this is not for this little microcosm of time. This is not George Floyd. These reports, some of them span going back 3, 4, 5 years. I know that that the Coalition of Communities of Color, our publication just came out 3 years ago. Urban League State of Black Oregon came out in 2015, and some of the other ones are more recent. The People's Plan, probably about 2016, 17. But if you review even some of the older documents, there's nothing new under the sun. They're coming up with the same ideas about public safety, about housing, about access to transportation, things that are under the county's purview. Those ideas have only gotten better with time. And I think a review of some of these documents, as well as some of the more current documents, to preface your attending our Reimagine Oregon meetings and having dialogue with Reimagine Oregon steering committee members, and not just the steering committee members, the people that come to those meetings, I think it would help inform your decisions on the Washington County level in a very positive way. So I just wanted to highlight that, but I will highlight, I have a whole list of the good stuff you've done. I think I've mentioned this, but your listening sessions on body worn, on budget, on federal funds, on CEIO, on the ICE subpoenas that are no longer going to be honored. That was one of the promises that Washington County made, and they've adhered to. But I would just, revisit what you're doing well, look at some of the solutions that are proposed in these documents, and then begin a heightened dialogue. Because all of that leads me, I guess, next slide, please, to my, I think it's my last slide, or maybe it's my penultimate slide, but about, timelines you can commit to, elected leadership in your jurisdiction, which one of you commissioners, which one of your other electeds, and which one of the bureau directors under your control is going to help lead the promises that you make, the commitments you make to the finish line. And again, you're not doing this alone. What do you need from Reimagine Oregon to accomplish these shared goals? We're all in, but it's important for us to have a shared understanding that, just like earlier I talked about a whole of government response, we believe that we are here as community members to facilitate this, to help this, but we do believe that a lot of this does reside with the government, because it's a lot of the government systems where this racism and this entrenched problems, some of them, exist. And so we call ourselves the Reimagine Oregon Project because we're a project. We're not a 501c3. We're not trying to establish yet another community-based organization. We have a destination in mind and a timeline. We were supposed to exist. The timeline of our existence is supposed to be about another year. We want to light the fire, create relationships, and then offload what we're doing where government owns what it's supposed to own, and the established community-based organizations or individuals take that work on. So we are not in it to create another organization or to find, pockets and pockets of funding. We're here to make a difference, for Black Oregonians. So next slide, please. Oh, so there we are. So we are at the questions phase. And before we even get there, I would welcome questions, but I did want to check in with Latricia Tillman to see if there was anything I missed or anything she wanted to address before we go into that questions phase.
Sure. So thank you, Marcus, for your presentation. And if you could go up to the very top slide, whoever's controlling the slides, with the policy questions, I'll just reframe the conversation. The questions that Marcus and Reimagine Oregon Project has for us is, who's leading this from an elected leader standpoint? And Reimagine Oregon Project has been very clear. They want direct relationship and communication with elected officials as the place where the buck stops, and they're looking for a timeline. The conversation we've had internal to Washington County is, how do we center the lived and professional experiences of African American and Black staff in helping to inform the strategies and the policy commitments that our board makes? So I think there's three questions really on the table. One is leadership, one is timeline. Those come from Reimagine Oregon Project. And then the third one comes from our office around, how do you want to engage? Does it make sense to you to engage with Black and African American Washington County staff to help support you all in taking on that leadership role?
If I could just make some comments before turning it over to my colleagues for their thoughts on those three questions. So George Floyd was murdered the very end of May in 2020. The Reimagine Project, as we now know it, was started in June by some wonderful volunteers, leaders in the Black community here in our area. It was just that, a voluntary effort, and they've given a lot since then. Commissioner Treese and I were invited to participate along with elected officials from our federal delegation in Congress, the governor, Governor Brown, many state legislators, and other county commissioners. significant work has been accomplished. I'm not trying to speak for Commissioner Treese, but she and I have talked along the way, and we took the board's direction from the equity resolution and our budget investments and have tried to participate with that board direction. We did have a work session on Reimagine Oregon sometime in 2020. There was a launch of Reimagine Oregon the end of July of last year. So we tried to report back to you and continue to move forward with having Ms. Tillman on board, who is far more expert in having a true lived experience that I know I have not had. But to date, Commissioner Treese and I, and she'll correct me, please, invitation there, have tried to operate from board direction. But I do want to recognize that I'm in agreement with what Mr. Monday has told us today and reflecting back our work. But it is very timely for us to look at these questions. Sheriff Pat Garrett and his office have participated. They made commitments to the ask from Reimagine Oregon as well. I also want to add, before I turn it over to Commissioner Treese and then open it up for full commission conversation on these questions, I had a one-on-one with Ms. Tillman recently, and we chatted about leadership. I will say that Commissioner Treese and I checked in very early in the Reimagine journey because we didn't want to break the quorum rule in having more commissioners participate. And so I think it would be very good for us to checkpoint with Mr. Carr and make sure that we do the right thing with regard to that in a meeting convened by external folks. And maybe we just have to put it on the calendar or something, but it's not our meeting and they control the attendees and so on and so forth. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that. But related to that, I asked about, well, I'm a privileged white person. Maybe I'm not the right person to participate in this. And I appreciate Ms. Tillman's expertise and bravery in telling me, the elected chair of the Washington County Board of Commissioners, that no, Chair Harrington, you are in fact the very right person to be there. Even though you are an ally in this, you are what you say you are, a privileged white person in a decision-making position as one of 5 members on this board. And you and others like you need to be at this table, need to be informed and sensitized to what needs to change. And I appreciated hearing that. And as I continue my journey to do a better job serving our community, which includes Black members here in our community, as well as in our employee workforce. So I'll leave that there, turn it over to Commissioner Treese for any contributions she wants to make, and ensure that all 4 of you have the opportunity to provide feedback on these 3 questions, but also for us to have conversation together and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to thank Marcus for being here. You have been so much help to this commission and to myself over the past throughout my whole time in office, and I greatly appreciate your encouragement and the light you shine on issues for me individually and for all of us. This Reimagine Oregon is something that I have, I really would like to stay involved, but I am respectful once again, as the chair said, about our quorum rules. I am respectful to the fact that we have since our engagement with Reimagine Oregon, we have a new member of our commission whose voice is very appropriate in this type of environment as well. So I want to make sure that Nafisa has every opportunity to participate. I am a big supporter. I want to be involved, but I will be respectful of what our legal counsel tells us in relationship to moving forward. So this is important work. It's the most important work in my mind that we've been doing since I was elected, and I'm pleased and frustrated at the same time about the progression we've made. And then there's places where we don't seem to have the same type of movement forward. But when I reflect back on where we were 6-10 years ago, I think I think we have made big strides, but we've made those strides with our partners and with the help of many. And once again, I would underscore with your help, Marcus. So thank you.
Can I reflect something back very quickly before you go to the next commissioners? A couple of quick things. One, I will check with the Reimagine team. I am nobody's lawyer, but I am told that there can be all 5 as long as we're not lobbying or working on pieces of policy. Now, I don't know the nuances of that, but I will get clarification on that. Some of our meetings might infringe on that and others of our meetings might not. So I will get clarification and make sure that each time we have a meeting, if we're doing policy lobbying concepts versus just information. I understand there's a distinction there. I just don't know it. So I will do that bit of background work. And the second thing I want to say, I appreciate both Chair Harrington's comments and Commissioner Treese's comments about their presence in this body, and even more recently your comments, Commissioner Treese, about getting Commissioner Fye involved. And I'll just give you a little anecdote. When the Oregon Health Fund Board was in operation here in Oregon, and this is all pre-CCC, all pre-CCO. We helped get health policy done here. But I was on this 7-member board, and we would be going to these public forums, and they would frequently, on an issue of health equity or racial equity, they would say, "What do you think, Marcus?" Now, my background was in healthcare finance and health policy, and I said, "I don't know." I would defer it back to the non-Black people, non-people of color on the board. And so I would just remind all of you that everybody needs to do equity. And while I respect and admire Commissioner Fye, maybe not all the weight needs to be on her. Sometimes it needs to be on others, because if all 5 of you are carrying the weight and carrying the water for this issue, we'll make a whole lot more progress. But I do want Commissioner Fye involved also, but not only Commissioner Fye. I want full board participation. So,
yep.
Thank you.
Other commissioners?
Yeah, I can go next since my name has been dropped a few times. This is a great work. I think a Reimagine Oregon project I came across and I was running throughout the campaign, and I was really impressed. And then, Marcus, you actually facilitated the invitation for me to come to my first meeting, I think in May or April, or probably May. I don't think it was in June. But it probably May, and I appreciate you including me. And that was my first attendance, my first meeting to that. And I was really impressed. There was a whole slate of elected officials that were there, starting with the governor. And Chair Harrington and Commissioner Treese, all the work that you've done leading for Washington County, I'm really impressed. People had really great things to say about the equity resolution. And while I'm a new commissioner and I am a person of color, I think everyone knows I bit on more than I can chew. And I think my plate is full to take on more committees. So I encourage, and I do want to make the commitment that, equity isn't political to me. It's as a person of color. And I think it's not a statement that I have to say. I think everybody knows. And I think every one of you, I can honestly speak for you and say you are committed to this work and seeing change and doing good work and centering common good. So while I say what Marcus said around all of us trying to aim for to attend the meetings, unfortunately for me, the last couple of times hasn't worked out for me. So I know I can't at this meeting say I'm fully committed to attend every meetings and then fall short on that commitment. And as a newly elected person, I am going to be really transparent and fully committed. But again, I think I agree with Marcus. All of us should make a commitment to support equity, and I am full support of the the chair and Commissioner Pantries pushing, for Washington County and attending as we can.
Commissioner Rogers and Commissioner Willie, what are your thoughts? And that may include what information are you interested in that maybe we haven't gone over today? Go ahead, Commissioner Willie.
Well, I have to be very careful about how I phrase this. The involvement of the chair and Commissioner Treese in Reimagine Oregon initially was not known by me for several months. So I am months behind what process, with the exception of the resolution. I was actively engaged in that resolution and probably more vocal than anyone else about some of the concerns I had on it. I'm very supportive of Latricia and the work that she's done. But the information that I have about Reimagine Oregon came from her. So as a commission, I'm sorry, but we've done a pretty poor job communicating across the board to 5 of us. I've never been invited to attend the Reimagine Oregon legislator/planning sessions that Marcus referred to. And so any information that I've gotten, like I said, has come from either Latricia or my homework on the website. So I'm supportive of this. Marcus, I really appreciate every time I've reached out to you, you've given me good information. I appreciate the work that you've done as well. But from my standpoint, quite frankly, from a white privileged male, I don't think we've done a good job as a commission internally.
I appreciate your perspective and statements. I really do. We did have a work session, I thought, on Reimagine Oregon. Now, this was somewhere between that July effort and the September effort. I don't remember the date. It's been an interesting space because it isn't our project or program, so to speak. And I've been operating until hearing it from Mr. Mundy today that they were very selective in terms of who they invited. There was not, until I heard today, an open invitation for all commission members to attend. So to me, that feels like a change, a welcome change. I didn't assume that we could do that until today. Then the information that Commissioner Treese and I saw in participating in those meetings in representing Washington County, the Reimagine team put together spreadsheets of information but they did not publish those spreadsheets, and it was not ours to package up and distribute. We were, as my understanding has been, we did our best to try and gather up information with permission for that work session. And then with regard to the Reimagine Oregon platform for the state legislature, once again, that was not information that it was their information. So we have thought, given all the activity that has taken place, we worked with Ms. Tillman to try and ensure that we brought the Reimagine project back to the board. So frankly, I hear what you say. I don't think we've shielded anyone from the information from Reimagine Oregon. So I'm not trying to oppose or call you out on your perspective. It's your experience, not a problem.
And this is Marcus Mundy. Commissioner Willie and Chair Harrington, I don't have to defend anybody, but I will say this. Our communications have been inconsistent because our staffing was inconsistent. And as you mentioned early on, you had a lot of volunteers pushing out information. So I don't know that we had a policy. I remember the very first meeting, all five, at least, or four of the five Clackamas folks showed up, and there was a little quorum discussion, and then two of them begged off. So quorum issues may in fact be issues. I don't know who they initially sent out the invitations to, so they may have limited it to just two, but I know recent discussions have lent the fact that not every meeting is a quorum inducing meeting, and that we can maybe have more participation. But those have been recent. That's number one. And number two, there will be someone dedicated to pushing information out to all the electeds that need to have this information going forward for the next year. So that part hopefully will take care of itself. So I'm not an apologist for anybody. I'm just saying, it wasn't just whatever's happening internal in Washington County. Because of the nature of this project, some of that might have impeded communications as well. So just to be fair.
Well, and I will note before turning it back to Ms. Tillman that the board does have the opportunity through roundtables for us to talk further about how the plethora of topics goes through the communication channels, and how we make sure that we are sharing information without creating quorum communication problems on a whole variety of topics, as the Oregon rules require that if we are to be in a situation for future deliberations, we have to make sure we're open in those communications, blah, 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 blah. So Mr. Carr will be participating in those conversations. Ms. Tillman, thoughts?
Yes, thank you, Chair Harrington. For me, I think one point of clarification, and then sort of redirect us into the conversation of where do we want to go from here. My understanding is that the briefing the board had was on Reimagine Public Safety and Lamar Wise. I'm not actually sure, and so I'll find out and clarify whether or not there actually ever was a briefing on Reimagine Oregon. However, the names are so similar, it's quite possible that they are easily confused. And going forward, I think back to the direction that we're seeking from the board is an opportunity to create a little bit more structure in how we engage with staff to inform our commitments and track our commitments, have a little bit more formed up timeline for engaging and reporting back to the board, and provide better staffing to the board as members beyond the chair and Commissioner Treese, who've been participating regularly, more members of the board may want to participate, and regardless, we'll want information on where we're going from here. So back to the question is, do we want to structure it in the way that is currently being proposed?
And I cannot take credit for being consistent, a consistent attendant or attendee in 2021. I know I tried in 2020. Beyond attending the meeting, when was it? In April? Because I know I dialed in on the phone while the session was still in progress. I think that could be my only attendance at a recent Reimagine Oregon meeting, though maybe I'm forgetting. I can't believe we're here in July. So anyway, enough from me. Commissioner Willie, did you have anything more to share before we turn it over to others?
I don't think so, other than I'm actually looking to Latricia to provide us direction and certainly come to us with recommendations for things that we need to do and decisions that we need to make. And I certainly want to be engaged on the other side. So I'm hearing from other electeds and other community people who are in these meetings. So I like to have kind of a full spectrum background before I make my decision. But, you know, bringing it back in.
So am I correct?
I'm going to lean. I'm going to lean on Latricia.
And
primarily.
Yep, I hear that. I'll say that we were encouraged in the birth, the initiation of Reimagine Oregon this time last year, to not just think of this as a staff activity, but rather that we as elected officials need to be on this journey and commitment as well. But from this, I take your being interested, and while I don't want to overcommit, it sounds to me like you're committing to be involved with your elected peers here in our region as well on that journey.
I think I would agree with that. And it would be good to be invited.
Yep. Yep. Commissioner Rogers, what are your thoughts? We're all in this together.
Well, mine are sort of random. One, words and phrases are pretty powerful. And I have to tell you that when I hear I'm a white privileged male, that doesn't sit very well with me. So every time I hear that, and I've heard it a couple of times about others, and I don't make judgments about you, but we all didn't come, including me, from a socioeconomic background that made us privileged in any way. We had to work up. I also came from part of Northeast Portland that was pretty integrated, so I've never thought of myself as being in any way systemically racist. That is repugnant to me. So I would just throw out, and I know a lot of other people feel the same way, when we keep on using those phrases, we tend to divide instead of tend to unite, especially with people like me. So that's just my issue. Another one is that one of the reasons that I supported the equity portion of the DEI was that I thought it was for everyone, and I still believe that was the intent. But when I see this, I see that it's, does the board support engaging Black Washington County staff? Of course, but not exclusively. Racism doesn't have any boundaries. I mean, we talk about BIPOC. I mean, we have a large Hispanic population who would tell you that they've been subject to racism. We've had an Asian community who said they've been subject to racism. I would subject to you, I've been subject to racism. I understand it's not always acceptable in certain areas, but I've never let that taint me in any way or form my opinion. So I would be much more happy just with one person to have it more inclusive and broad than saying any one demographic, because unless you see in colors, which I don't, I mean, we're obviously different, but if we're only seeing in colors, I think we're missing a huge issue. I mean, the issue is that as people, you have to have respect, you have to have dignity in who you are, and you have to accept that we're not all the same, and we're all one size fits all. And so that I would like it much broader. As far as my participation, I'll do what I can. I'm the only one on the screen, other than those who are staff and Marcus, who I'm not full time. I never ran full time. I'm not full time today, and so much like Commissioner Fye, who's maybe taking water from a fire hose, I only have limited capacity as well, just because of the other constraints. So it's a bit of a challenge. So what would I love to see, if you call them Reimagine, get rid of the, and I think Marcus did a good job of trying to talk about it a little bit, get rid of the whole issue of defund police. Frankly, I'd give them tons more money. That's not the issue. Mental health and other issues should be funded through additional sources. We should put resources there. We shouldn't be trying to steal from one to put to another. So I would much rather see us talk in terms of what do we need to solve certain problems. So those are random. I mean, I'm just speaking from somebody who, Marcus says he's getting towards the end. Well, Marcus, you're looking at another one. I mean, we all would like to see it a better place before we, punch you out or whatever. I don't know what you do. I haven't gotten there yet, but most family members and friends and all those sorts of things are starting to disappear. I voted because I believe in equity, and equity to me is defined as everybody. It's not defined as one group or another, and so that's my general comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. I am reminded that this isn't just about individual work, but removing systems of institutional and systemic racism, as we are a governmental body. And I think what I've just said is in agreement with your comments and your support of the equity resolution and our budget investment decisions. So thank you. Ms. Tillman.
Thank you, Chair Harrington. I really want to spend just a moment clarifying the ask for the board. So Reimagine Oregon project was formed specifically to address the legacy of racism directed at Black people in Oregon since prior to the formation of the state of Oregon. So Reimagine Oregon project has a very specific focus. It's not to deny that there is a history of governmental oppression of Indigenous people in Oregon, or governmental oppression through the Chinese Exclusion Act of Asians, or the internment of Japanese. It's not to deny the experience of the Latino community through the importation of their labor and then the summary deportation of their labor throughout the 1900s. None of Reimagine Oregon project denies that there has been systemic racism across multiple communities in Oregon who now are and have been historically residents of Washington County. Reimagine Oregon project is a group of Black leaders in Oregon focusing on Black issues in Oregon, because when you look at all the data points, and we've had two conversations specific to equity today, the Black community, the Indigenous community consistently still experiences systemic disadvantage. This is not about individual behaviors, and it's not about individual elected officials. It's about what's been built into our systems of government since the dawn of Oregon, since the dawn of Washington County. At no point in time have we repaired that. At no point in time in our history have we healed from that? And I think Reimagine Oregon project is really about us focusing our repair and our healing on the Black community. So the ask around board support for engaging Black staff is recognizing that not only do Black staff bring professional experiences from all over Washington County, from health, human services, housing, public safety, land use, etc. But when they go home from work at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock or whatever time they go home from work, they have lived experience as Black people 24/7, 365 days a year. And so to me, that experience, both lived experience and professional experience, gives a particular insight to the nuance and the complexity of both the policy decisions Reimagine Oregon project is asking you to consider, but also to the complexity of implementing those policies within Washington County. And so to me, engaging that voice, one is different. Typically, when you have folks present to you as board, they're not Black, right? With the exception of myself and maybe Comey. And what I'm asking is that we center Black voices in this area to partner with Reimagine Oregon project to address the historic and present oppression of Black folks in Washington County.
Thank you, Ms. Tillman. I'll close with my comments and then bring it back to see if there are other additional board comments. I do support our board's continued engagement with the Reimagine Oregon project in understanding their timeline and the relationship of their timeline and how we can consider and support Washington County improvements moving forward. To the third question of supporting the engaging Black Washington County staff in informing us and tracking future board commitments to the Reimagine Oregon project, I would say what a tremendous asset we have here, our employees at Washington County. And why wouldn't we want to get their advisement? So my answer to that question, does the board support? I know I do as a board member. And I say that not knowing 100% what that means for them in their normal day jobs, so to speak. So I am respectful of both Ms. Angie, Mr. Carr, and Ms. Tillman, making sure I am mindful of the impacts of the choices that I make as one of five. And I look forward to us as a full board continuing to figure out how do we navigate in this space so that we are making progress in advancing racial equity here in our Washington County community, while also meeting a vast array of other community needs for policymaking, investment choices in many different areas as we are the Washington County government. It's a lot. I know it's a lot. I join you in that. And it's not always easy. I would also like to thank my four colleagues for participating in this conversation today. This is not always an easy realm to have conversations with one another as we have to have them in public meetings. So please know that I continue to respect you in your work as county commissioners, as we do our work together as the five members of the Washington County Board of Commissioners. So those are my comments. I was so wrapped up in hearing each commissioner's thoughts that I think I've done a poor job of sort of keeping track of your answers, especially to the last question. So I would ask your forgiveness and indulgence to help me out with that right now, or to ask Ms. Tillman if she could summarize what she thinks she has heard from the five of us with regard to that, particularly the last question with regard to engaging with our Black Washington County staff. Or have I just put too much on your shoulders?
Well, I feel like what I've heard today were more answers to the Reimagine Oregon project questions. So it sounds like with an invitation to the full board members will engage. So that's really exciting. I think maybe a thumbs up or sideways or down or something related to engaging Black and African American Washington County staff would give me the direction that I need to know how to go forward. I clearly heard your perspective, Chair Harrington. I'm not sure I've heard from the other board members.
You have three choices. Up, sideways is neither here nor there, and down is disapprove. Okay. Whoops.
Okay, I've got what I need.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much, commissioners. Phew. Brave conversation. We do have another agenda topic for today to talk about the tolling update and policy discussion. I would just suggest that we take a short break here. I don't know if everyone wants a full 15-minute break. Oops, I'm sorry, Commissioner, if I didn't see your hand up. I didn't mean to move on. Why do my boxes keep changing?
Okay. It's okay, Chair Hinton. I can also wait after you're done announcing the break situation.
Okay. So do you want just a 5-minute break, 10-minute, or 15? And that goes to you too, Ms. Angie, I guess.
Yeah, I would suggest 10 minutes so everyone can take care of their personal needs.
I need an education as to why my Zoom windows keep moving all over the place. I don't get it. So one of the disadvantages to not meeting face to face, where we're all sitting in our chairs, they tend to not move too much. Okay, Commissioner Fye, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Harrington. I sent you an email about this, but I have a hard stop at 3 today. Sorry about the unexpected leave, but I need to leave at 3 o'clock. But I'm hoping the presentation will end sooner so I can at least tune in on that conversation about tolling.
Okay, all righty. Well, see you at 12 minutes past 2. See you soon. Mr. Carr? I'm hoping that if you had wanted to speak up earlier in our previous topic, that you felt comfortable in doing so. My
I did.
apologies if I should have called you out.
No, my preference is always not to provide legal advice in public. So unless you have a direct question, I plan on providing some advice in writing on the topic that you raised.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm late. It's 2:14. Welcome back, everyone, from our break. We have one more topic, and it looks like we have the variety of team members here. So I'll turn it over to at least our team of 3. That would be Aaron Doyle, Christina Defabach, and Amanda Garcia Snell. Welcome, team. I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning or good afternoon. It's been a day already, hasn't it? Good afternoon, Board of Commissioners. Aaron Doyle here to kick us off on this pretty broad topic of the state tolling update. As you can see from the list of presenters, this is going to impact the county in a variety of ways, and this conversation is kind of heating up in the policy arena, which is why we stuck the government relations tag on this. But really, LUT and our Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Community Engagement are going to be vital partners in how we continue to work through this process of undertaking the policy considerations up to the board to provide you the opportunity to put in the input that you need to the state, to the federal government, and to our regional partners at a variety of tables moving forward. We are here now because there's a lot of upcoming decision points that we wanted to raise up, not to solve and ask you to give us complete direction on today, but so that you're aware of them, these decision points, and how soon they are, so that we can find out from you what information you need further, when you want us to have us come back to make sure that we are all walking together as one agency. So next slide, please. I'll just quickly walk us through the agenda for what we're going to try to cover today, and with respect to Commissioner Fai's 3 p.m. hard stop, we will do our best to get through the slides at least very quickly and allow you to have that initial conversation, as this will be definitely on her plate as a member of JPAC, but also as a member of this Board of Commissioners. First, Chris from LUT will be providing that brief overview, that historical look at how we got to where we are today, and then identify for all of you where those decision points are coming for the board to give input on what policies you would like to see move forward and prioritize for Washington County as we sit at all these various tables and engage in the legislative processes and the state processes necessary to move the tolling projects to a finalized NEPA process and application to the federal government. And then as the federal government finalizes their decision as to what's going to be allowed in both of the tolling packages that are moving forward. And then Amanda's going to walk through what's going on at the Equity, Mobility, and Advisory Committee. She is a sitting member of that committee. You've had one update from her and Chris previously on this, so it's just benchmarking where they are now and when they expect their decision points to be coming forward. Then I'll come back and discuss very briefly where I suspect, which is very dangerous for a lobbyist to do, to prognosticate on what those legislative conversations are going to look like over the next couple of years as the state finalizes its process and moves into that federal decision-making process. And then we'll hopefully have a discussion with you all about what we expect the need for board input to be, highlight some major issues we already foresee coming before you that will need further conversations. And kind of one of the questions we'd like answers to as we go through all of this is identifying what deeper informational needs you as board members have, what other presentations would help you to answer the questions around tolling and the policy options that are under consideration, and how often you would like us to come back to ensure that we are having these conversations appropriately in the public eye and during work sessions. One thing I would also point out is late yesterday, you got a deeper background memo that's not necessary for today's presentation. It was intended to be provided with the presentation, but due to ongoing updates from the state providing us last minute information plus vacation time, we didn't get that memo completed until late yesterday. So it was sent out at the very end of the day. So there will be more information there. Happy to answer any questions in the future as you have the time to actually process that amendment or that memo. But first, I'll kick it over to Chris to provide us the foundation that we need for this conversation and move us to the next slide, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Chair and Board. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to try to keep this to be a short history of tolling, but I'm going to, at some risk, I'm going to provide a little deeper background that I think is helpful for understanding this. So starting with 2017, I think most of you will remember that in HB 2017, the state legislature didn't ask, they told ODOT to develop a proposal for tolling and take it to Federal Highway Works Administration to implement. And they asked them to do that by the end of the year. And they said that they should look at tolling on both I-5 and I-205, beginning at the Washington state line and coming down south to where it intersects with down to the Taunton area where it intersects again. And then they also say that in addition to those areas, the commission may implement value pricing in any other areas of the state. So that was the direction that they were given. And what ODOT did was established a value pricing policy committee. And some of you will remember that. Commissioner Rogers was on it. I think Commissioner Treese was with her WEA hat on, but it was that committee met and they recommended priorities for what to move forward on the I-5-205 stretch, being a priority on I-205 between Oregon City and Stafford, and this is in conjunction with the widening of the bridge. And then of all of the other I-5, I-205, they prioritized a section between Going Street and Multnomah Boulevard, including the Rose Quarter. But as part of that, they also said that it was important to plan for covering it all the way across I-5 and I-205. Eventually, it's not going to do good to do piecemeal. You need to really think of comprehensively. So ODOT took that, got Oregon Transportation Commission approval, submitted it to the Federal Highway Works Administration, and Federal Highway Works approved it, and they've been off and going ever since. I want to point out that one of the first things ODOT did in this process is establish the Equity Mobility Advisory Committee, which Amanda sits on because of the recognition early on that folding equity into this process was going to be critical. So shortly, where we are now, currently is the ODOT is now underway with a environmental assessment under the National Environmental Policy Act for the stretch on I-205 between Oregon City, basically, and Stafford. And this is following among that Federal Highway Works approval, which I reread the letter recently, and it's actually helpful background information. It's under the FHWA approval is authorized under what's called Section 129, which allows ODOT to toll for a facility where they're adding capacity to it. It's commonly used. So that is now underway, and the toll won't go away when the project is completed. I think it's also important to remember that the environmental assessment is not on widening of the bridge. That's a project in the regional transportation plan. That is good to go. The environmental analysis will be on the tolling itself and the impacts of tolling and putting all the gantries in and stuff like that. So the other project that ODOT is now initiating is to do the environmental analysis of the rest of I-5 and I-205. The name has changed a couple of times. It's now called Regional Mobility Pricing Project, and I can't help myself. Somebody said it sounds like rump, and that's the way I can remember it. And this is important to recognize that this is under a different section of federal requirements. It's under what's called a value pricing pilot project. And this process allows ODOT to toll a facility without adding any additional capacity. So this, I'll go through next about where we are, is sort of in the timing of these, that input opportunities. But I want to say one thing, and that is that in the scoping process for kicking off the I-205 section of this environmental analysis, ODOT heard loud and clear that you need to think about the whole thing as a whole. You can't just do it piecemeal. And so they really changed their direction to respond to that public comment, and that is something I think should be applauded. Now I'm just going to take a little bit of a longer history here, and that's to talk a little bit more about this value pricing pilot project. And I think some of you remember about 20 years ago, Metro applied for this value pricing pilot project and got funding to do a study, and it was on 217 to look at the use of pricing. And it is that same award that there aren't many people that have this ability to continue to apply this pilot. So this is a legacy that the region has to apply this value pricing pilot project. And so anyway, it's a unique situation. It allows the toll, like I said, the tolling of existing lanes, and it ends in a little bit. You will likely need to do a NEPA analysis on it, depending on what you do with the facilities. But in the end, you actually need a cooperative agreement with the USDOT. So it goes through a little bit channel at the different. So anyway, little bit, same thing, tolling, 2 different sections, 2 different timelines, 2 different processes. So that's the long history. So I'm going to move now to the next slide and let a little bit of the timing of these. So we expect this to be shifting a little bit because these are big complex projects, and this may be a little dated. I see we're still calling they started out calling the I-5-205 the system-wide planning environmental linkages. Now they call it regional mobility pricing project. So it changed a little bit, but I-205 is underway. The technical analysis has begun, and the purpose and needs statement, which is what is the first step that you do in an environmental analysis to say what's the purpose of this, that is being refined now. And ODOT is moving forward to evaluate the alternatives, which in this case include where the gantries would be located, the toll procedures, and the whole process for that. They will be aiming to publish complete the environmental analysis, which will clearly identify then all the mitigation that might be needed, impacts and mitigation that will be needed, and move forward with the final approval. And tolling could begin as early as 2024, but potentially early 2024 or 2025. So that one is really kind of off and running. The next one is the tolling the rest of I-5 and I-205. And this is just in the process now of defining the problem statement, which then informs the purpose and needs statement. And the problem statement is out for comment now, and it's something that we can provide you. I got a copy of it yesterday. And that will be, that's an important step to define what problem you believe you're going to really try to solve. Again, this would toll all lanes, like the other one, all lanes on I-5 and 205. It assumes no new capacity, but the study will consider different implementation phases as part of the environmental analysis. With the additional time needed for this work, tolling is expected to begin about 2027. So that's kind of an overview. I'm going to, in the next slide, I think I can plug in a little bit more about some specific opportunities about where comments, key points to plug in for comments. First of all, the Oregon Transportation Commission, we've mentioned that they've appointed the Equity Mobility Advisory Committee to really address policy options and an equity framework. Oregon Transportation Commission has also asked the Region 1 Area Commission on Transportation to be the primary policy group to advise them. And that's been a little problematic because the tolling folks have only had like 10 minutes on the agenda when they meet every other month. So there is a proposal moving forward now to create a kind of a subcommittee of the Region 1 Act on a toll work group that could spend more time on the off months and need to really dive into that. So that proposal I heard about Friday. And there's been some concern about the Region 1 Act just not having enough time on their agenda. So that's one place for plugging in. And of course, Commissioner Rogers is on the Region 1 Act. The next on the Federal Highway Works Administration and the U.S. Department of Transportation. Again, this kind of repeats what I just said before about the key points to plug in. Right now, a key point as the purpose and need statement is being developed on I-205, but it's really just starting on the I-5 and I-205 regional pricing project. And I think we should expect quite a bit of differing opinions on this. I think there seems to be a lot of support for focusing the tolling purpose around equity and climate for the full tolling program, but differences on the best way to get there. Do you define what you want to see included at the upfront, like you want tolling to fund the lids on to implement the Albina vision on Rose Quarter, for example? Or do you start the process and figure out the best projects that need to be funded with tolling for equity and climate? So there's going to be quite a bit more input on that. I think the alternatives, and sort of how the tolling is put into place, and then on what kind of mitigation. And you'll hear from Amanda about mitigation that's under consideration, both for direct impacts like diversion, but also for historic impacts from the construction of the freeway system, but broader transportation infrastructure impacts. I think one thing about mitigation that's important to remember is that the cost of implementing the mitigation is included in the total project cost. You'll hear a lot of discussion about net toll revenue. And so that net toll revenue is after you've paid for the project and you've paid to mitigate impacts associated with the project. So you'll hear a lot about how should we spend net toll revenue, and you'll hear a lot about what should be defined, how should the project itself be defined, because that's first up for getting the toll funding. I think right now, let's see, in terms of this overall process, the ODOT staff have reached out. They are starting kind of a roadshow to describe all of this process and what's coming ahead. They've asked to be on the Washington County Coordinating Committee agenda. They're currently scheduled for September. I know they'd be interested in coming and talking. They're reaching out to all jurisdictions and agencies. So that's the question for you, and it gets to what Aaron Doyle brought up at the beginning about what more information you would like. The state legislature, I'm going to skip that. I think you're going to hear more from that from Aaron, but certainly we've seen questions with the bonding and funding stability that we know will come up more, and they can always give policy direction overall. The last, in terms of how we plug in, is at the regional level, where we have Commissioner Fye with Chair Harrington as an alternate on JPACT. And JPACT, I think it's important to know that JPACT and Metro Council, as the Metropolitan Planning Organization, will have a really important role to play in this. For example, all of the tolling investments tolling will need to be identified as a specific project in the regional transportation plan. I don't believe it's there now. I don't know when the regional transportation plan will need to be amended, whether it can wait till 2023 if there will be an amendment, but the project will need to be described in the regional transportation plan. And all of the investments that move forward, we saw some of that last week with the money dedicated for the I-205 project. All of the investments that OTC will be making to support the toll program will be coming through with amendments for JPACT and Metro Council approval. And then also, as we saw a little bit beginning last week with questions and discussion about the regional pricing study, is that JPACT will be amending the policies in the regional transportation plan, and ODOT's investments will need to comply with the policies that are adopted in the regional transportation plan. I think a good example of this is the regional transportation plan policy that limits freeways to 3 through lanes. And that's an example of a policy that has direct effect on the facilities, the ODOT facilities. So the schedule I got just Friday night was that coming in September, October, JPAC will be asked to review the purpose and need statement for the regional mobility pricing project. They will get a presentation on the equity committee's recommendations and then input overall from what they've been hearing from engagement. Coming up then in the spring and in March of 2022, they will have a chance to review and comment on the final purpose and need statement for the regional pricing project, reviewing the final actions before the OTC on the equity recommendations and the mitigations that are identified for the I-205 project. So you can see that JPAC is preserving time on their agenda to facilitate discussions and opportunities to weigh in. Okay, I think I'm almost done. And I think that this, I expect as well that this JPAC conversation will kind of be mirrored at the Region 1 Act, but I have not yet seen an agenda or schedule for those discussions at the Region 1 Act. So almost done here. So again, kind of as a recap, the I-205 work is moving forward now with a goal for publishing the environmental analysis. And Washington County is a participatory agency, meaning we will get draft versions of these before they're published, an opportunity to review and comment. The regional mobility pricing project is now is called here the regional planning. They're doing some modeling, but they're also just really kicking off the purpose and need, which just becomes critical for defining the scope of a project. I think you're going to hear more about the equity work from Amanda, but I guess don't think that the work ends when her committee is done, because the real challenges will be implementing all of the recommendations. We're going to be hearing a lot about this for a long time. And then public input. I know ODOT is reaching out to both the communities and stakeholders, but also the travelers. And, in particular, I keep looking for comments from our goods movement and freight folks. This is our interstate system, and it serves the broader region. It serves the state as well. So I'm going to want to wrap up my piece. I hope I didn't take too long, but I think the takeaway is that we're still learning about this process. There's a lot yet to shape. I think the county has the opportunity to be plugging in on multiple different fronts, and I think it is really helpful to all of us to have the opportunity to understand those the plug-in points, and especially if we have different folks participate in different forums, that we have some consistency. I think that's it. Thank you.
So good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. As you recall, the slide that I shared, the slide that's up right now with the equity framework, I shared this with you when Chris and I presented in March. It summarizes the equity framework that EMAC developed to ensure more inclusive community engagement and to determine how to evaluate equitable outcomes. As a reminder, EMAC is a key advisory committee initially charged with identifying how tolling strategies can better include benefits for people that have been historically and currently excluded, underrepresented, and or underserved by transportation investments. Now EMAC has begun to focus on brainstorming and prioritizing options for addressing equity outcomes that will eventually be recommended to OTC in late fall, so in November. As EMAC transitions into this role of adopting what are essentially policy positions, it's come to my attention, thank you, Erin and Chris, that some of these options may have barriers, legal barriers, and Erin will talk a little bit more about that. But I wanted to first share with you a summary of the draft options and a bit about the current status. So next slide. So the policy options that EMAC is developing are grouped into 3 categories, which are transit and multimodal access to opportunity. The second category is neighborhood health and safety, and then the third is affordable and transportation environmental justice. In addition to the policy positions, EMAC's also working towards outcome measures for each of these categories. So, but for today, I'm just going to talk about the policy options. So with each of these categories, ODOT and some committee members have shared topic-related research. We spent some time in the EMAC meetings. We review that research in our own time and then talk about it in the meetings, and then we have some discussion, typically some brainstorming, workshopping, putting ideas down onto virtual paper, and then refining those into these draft policy options. So the, let's see, the status of the first piece, we spent 2 meetings in May and June talking about the transit and multimodal options. We've submitted this draft list of options to ODOT and are awaiting feedback from them. The version that's on ODOT's EMAC webpage is not the most recent version, and so I'll talk about a little bit of the changes. The most recent version from that's dated June 4th, is from our May 26th meeting conversation, was shared with members via email, and I'm happy to share that with you if that would be helpful. The neighborhood health and safety, that second category, we have started to review the topic-related research in our last meeting, and then we will discuss this more in our July meeting and develop the draft options to submit to ODOT for feedback. And then affordability and transportation environmental justice, that is scheduled to start looking at the topic-related research in August, with the intent to develop that first draft to go to ODOT in September. And then, as I mentioned, the final drafted draft will go to OTC in November. Next slide. So this first section, the draft transit and multimodal options, are right here. It's these 4 are the policy positions, and then there are strategies, as I mentioned before. We won't get into those. So dedication of a percentage of toll revenues or money dollars annually toward a combination of transit and active transportation investments. Similarly, the second one is a dedication of percentage of toll revenues or dollars annually to community-based organizations to invest in programs or projects that improve transit and multimodal options for transportation. The third is to include a baseline for disadvantaged business enterprise investment. The fourth is for public transit vehicles and registered van pools and carpools to be exempt from paying tolls. And then the fifth is a balanced approach of focusing on highway and areas farther from the highway that will be affected, considering a wider area of impact to include rural areas where equity framework identified communities live, as opposed to a specified limited distance from the highway. Next slide. So these are the first portion of this slide are the neighborhood health and safety policy options. And as I mentioned, we've just started discussing these. So I'm imagining that similarly to the previous, there will be lots of conversation about changing what is currently there. But as we have it, it's similarly the dedication of percentage of toll revenues or money dollars annually to address impacts from diversion, as well as to community-based organizations to invest in programs and projects that improve neighborhood health or safety, that public emergency response vehicles and non-emergency medical transportation services, such as primary care, behavioral health, urgent medical care, dental, dialysis, or specialty medical care, would be exempt or have discounts or credits or rebates somehow to offset that cost. And then last piece is around balanced approach for focusing on highway areas. So similar to the previous one about considering a wider impact as opposed to a specified distance. And then for affordability and transportation environmental justice options, we haven't started to scratch the surface there. So we'll be looking for towards the that discussion around with topic related research coming in to EMAC meeting in August. And that is what I have for the draft policy option.
Thank you, Kristen, Amanda. I think that there are a couple of things that were mentioned by both my colleagues. So if we could go to the next slide. Sorry, I thought we were there. The legislature did pass 3055, which did make some amendments to the tolling statutes or the statutory structure under which the tolling program will move forward. A lot of that change was focused on making sure that ODOT could comply with the requirements of the Federal Highway Administration through their tolling approval process under Section 129, but also using the variable pricing pilot program. But there were some issues that weren't finalized in that conversation. There were a number, and the number one issue that kind of actually made it into some draft amendments, but then at the end of the day were not accepted, go to how ODOT plans for the designing process of facility improvements. This is of particular interest to folks looking at the Rose Quarter improvements, but also does impact what's happening on the 205 smaller section that's up for the more traditional tolling process, which includes Abernathy Bridge. There's a big question here as to whether or not we are too far down that road to completely use a transportation fund. But the question that was raised at the legislature was, which comes first, the assumption of what the capacity needs are because of tolling, or facility changes to carry the capacity needs as we've currently established. And one of the things that was suggested by some members of the legislature was that all of the design elements for these projects should be redesigned with new presumptions based on what ODOT, using their best brains, can determine the capacity changes will be as a result of congestion pricing. So basically looking at how many cars are on the road now that we have tolling in place, what is the actual capacity, and we need to redesign the facilities that we've designed to address our capacity concerns as they exist under today's circumstances. So that question has not been answered by the legislature, and I have a strong suspicion, in looking at my really super reliable crystal ball, that this conversation will come back possibly even as early as the 2022 session. So that's kind of another period at which we're going to be looking at this. But as we walk further out into that time frame that Chris laid out there, and some of the issues that Amanda alluded to, the revenue allocation question becomes trickier. Many of the things that were listed in the EMAC's two sets of proposals raised some questions for us on a legal level, because there are not just federal restrictions on how monies get spent, at least the core monies that have to cover project costs. They define at the end of the day what those projects are. They are covered by their portion of those costs, so what the net revenues have to cover. But then it turns over to the state to determine what further uses those revenues from tolling will come from. The state has made it very clear that it is their legal interpretation of the Article 9 restriction on funding raised from the use or operations of a motor vehicle. It applies to tolling revenues. But a number of those projects that EMAC has identified as worthy of receiving funding do not meet the very tight, restricted interpretation of Article 9. So it's where we'll need the board to be thinking about this as we walk through these legislative conversations, is where do we place our support for additional funding to come in that isn't Article 9 restricted? What are the important pieces that EMAC identifies that really meet with the goals and needs of Washington County's residents and community, businesses, and folks who have to travel through these corridors and need to see the advantages that the revenue and congestion management systems are putting in place, but also not harming those that are in those areas as well, or trying to traverse through the system who have done so for years. The other piece of that is the transit investment. Article 9 is so restrictive that we can build the facilities to place transit in a place, but we cannot operate the transit using those same dollars. So one of the very clear needs that has been expressed at the legislative level is to identify how we can maybe find the revenue to increase the transit opportunities throughout the system, because if you make it more expensive to drive as a single occupant driver through these systems, people still often need to get from where they are to where they were going before they had to pay the tolls. And that need isn't alleviated just because tolls now exist. So we have to create realistic sets of alternative transportation methods, including transit investment. And then the other further conversations that the legislature didn't even scratch the surface of, but it was made clear to me in those conversations that really need to be answered is the issue of design review, the issue of how much we are willing to expend on actually creating facilities versus trying to do all the alternatives to prevent adding another lane, be an auxiliary lane or a full complete lane to complete a third lane that as restricted by the regional transportation plan. And then the other piece of it that I think is going to become more necessary for explicit policy direction at the legislative level to come from is how we address those impacts to the low income folks who do need to still use and access these facilities but cannot afford to pay the tolls regardless of where we set them, and how we address those folks and their needs in a way that doesn't really regressively impact them as they try to transport themselves through the system. So those legislative conversations are likely to start up again in 2022, but definitely come to fruition in 2023, as those are the big budget conversations. And so it's that financial stability piece, how we invest other dollars to make sure we're meeting those equity goals and policy options that we as a county feel most represent the needs that could and the responsibilities we have as we toll these facilities, but also making sure that all the systems are in place for meeting the expectations of 2017. In this last session, we focused on making sure we were meeting those bottleneck obligations that were identified in 2017, but now we need to make sure that we have done all of the work to meet the needs of the folks who are trying to get through those bottlenecks moving forward. So next slide, please. With all of that in mind, we've just kind of raised up 4 here on this slide, major policy questions that we foresee coming down the pipeline. And I'm going to try to quickly identify the timeframes by which you're going to have cohesive thoughts, which I don't expect you to have today because we did present you with a lot of information. First, the issue of funding EMAC policies that are not eligible for toll funds. The questions that we're going to have to answer there is what resources we can identify and support shifting into supporting which policy options really hit us as the highest priority as a county for how we address those inequities that are potential from instituting a tolling program, but also what resources can we tap that aren't Article 9 bound. And the state doesn't love to move funding around to cover these costs, so we have to have those conversations about what we think is the highest priority for us to weigh all the way in on, and those that we decide are for other folks to kind of put their weight behind. As Amanda's going to give you more information as they move forward on identifying what those final options are, we're going to have those conversations with you as a board to find out what you're going to direct me to do to get those resources available from state funding. I think the biggest question, and the one that's probably going to have to be answered first and foremost, honestly, is the construction on facilities as a means to address congestion. And as I stated, we did, or your board did adopt for the 2021 legislative session an overall legislative goal of making sure that the promises of House Bill 2017 in 2017 to address those bottlenecks did move forward. And one of the things that has come up is in 2017, there was an expectation that construction would occur and pavement would go down. But there has been a lot of groups who have come forward and said, we don't think another lick of pavement should go down. We think we need to address congestion in many different ways. And so that has been a major point of contention, I think, not just at the state legislative level, but also within those regional conversations. And at the end of the day, we'll get wrapped into the beginning stages of the process that we approach the federal process with. So those policies and objectives that are going to be identified for these projects will have to answer this question. And therefore, I think it's a sooner rather than later conversation for your board to have consideration of moving forward, making sure that we are all walking along the same, not just for 205, but for the regional mitigation project. And then obviously, Chris really dug into this in her background of the regional transportation policies and investment priorities needing to be updated. That conversation at the JPAC level, that's again going to reflect the construction question, but overall making sure that we have aligned what the board wants to work on, making sure that when we're at the JPAC table, we are advocating for the things that Washington County needs in that transportation plan to make sure that our folks' needs are met and how far those impacts can be felt. And then finally, the mitigation and policy direction on net revenue expenditures. That's a lot of big words for once we get beyond the project cost as identified for the Federal Highway Administration, how is the state going to expend their revenues? One of the things that House Bill 3055 did was say that tolling revenues will be spent on the tollway, obviously, and then the highways, which is a really broad term in statute of the roads, essentially, and anything a vehicle can move down that are adjacent, parallel, or intersecting with those tollways. So that geographic question that Amanda raised of how far out into the rural communities do we go really may have been answered, but may have to be readjusted. And I think there are opportunities for folks in Washington County to consider that carefully, because the flow through traffic of 205 and I-5 comes from us as a region. People live and work in Washington County, and they live and work in Multnomah County, and they need to get to and fro. We have a lot of businesses that need to move their freight and their product through these same systems, which is one of the reasons why this has been a project of statewide undertaking. So that mitigation and policy direction on how additional funding is spent at the state level, once we cover the cost of the projects identified in our applications to the federal government, is going to be the final piece. I think there's more time for that conversation, but it's one that we have to be thinking about upfront to make sure that our needs are met and we aren't artificially inhibited from meeting the needs of our community. So I will turn it back to the question that isn't written on the slide, but is of vital importance to us to provide you with the information that you need. What further informational needs do you have? When would you like to see them? Who else would you like to hear from? Because while we are all exceptionally intelligent people who have dug deep into this, there are other voices in the community and ODOT as well that would like to have this conversation with you. So that's that little question out there for you. And Chair, I turn it back to you.
So I realize, Commissioner Fye, you're going to need to go. The good news is you'll get to watch the portion of this meeting on YouTube that you've missed. I want to go. I need to ask Aaron. I heard I need to ask what the questions are before I turn it over to my colleagues. If I go to the topic sheet, page 116 of 117 of the packet, it has 2 policy questions, and I've heard a third. The first one is, what are the guiding principles that direct staff and commissioner work on tolling revenue uses? The second one is, how does the county approach tolling policy conversations with equity as a guiding principle? And now a third one, what further information, when and how, essentially, does the board want and how often? Sorry, I paraphrased it, and I don't want to do that incorrectly. So I just want to ask, are you really asking just that number 3 question, or did you want feedback on these other 2? Or also, I may have made the mistake in printing the work session packet Friday morning, and it may have changed and I didn't notice. So
it did not change. We, as we've been working through all of this, and I conveniently took a vacation at the end of last week.
So did I. I was gone Friday through Monday. So,
Yeah, so I think if you already have directions related to those policy questions that are in the work session packet, we just thought that we realized we kind of hadn't given you the tools to necessarily address those big questions. And so, but that's the place we wanted to start from, is we're not asking for today a final answer from the board. So we don't necessarily want to restrict you to the questions I asked about timing and what information, which I think your paraphrasing was absolutely more coherent than my longer question. But as you've thought through the questions that were proposed on the work session sheet, to the extent that you could, but also then what more information does that make you realize you need in order to kind of answer those big, broad policy questions, I think is the best way to approach this final conversation, recognizing this is the end of your day.
Well, there's always going to be a topic that is the end of our day. So, so we have 4 of us here right now to provide our comments and feedback to staff. Commissioners, of the 3 of you, Commissioner Rogers, Willie, and Treese, who would like to go first, knowing that there is no wrong answer, right?
Well, for me, I'd just as soon hear from Treese and Rogers, just because they've been much more intricately involved in this. And I've stayed pretty much on the periphery of it. So I'd like to hear their perspectives and some of this. It does sound like it's a very complex process that has gotten much more complex. And it's almost like everybody's in the weeds now. And so how do we see our way out? But I'd like to hear from Roy and Pam on this.
Roy, I think you should go first. I will say it is very complex, and the interesting piece about this is that I believe the ground's been moving since we started our value pricing group. Was it 2 or 3 years ago? So things have really altered, and it's hard to keep up with what the changes are. It's hard to keep in mind what the legislature wanted with HB 2017, because there's just been so many twists and turns from that point, including, you know, the debate over the Rose Quarter situation, the debate over 205, the debate about where to start and where to stop. So, Roy, what are your perspectives here?
Did you pass it back to me?
I did.
Oh, okay.
I did.
All right, thank you.
It's hard for me to unravel a lot of this. It really is.
Chris did a good job of trying to summarize it, and I think Amanda did her part in regard to the pricing question for disadvantaged groups, and Aaron was trying to tell you how state highway funds can be used in terms, but to me, I frame it all differently than all of you did. ODOT didn't necessarily, as you mentioned, ODOT didn't want this project particularly. This was a state legislature. The one thing that the state legislature, in my mind, didn't take into account is they don't own the highways. Who owns them is the federal government. And so when you own, you got another owner, then you've got to go to that owner and say, okay, can we have changes in the way these highways are used? And so they're going to have to get that approval. And you've got some people downstate. I've asked one person who I think we all know, Peter DeFazio, more than once, how does he feel about tolling? He doesn't like it. And I talked to people in the Vancouver area, and I said, how do your representatives up there like it? And they said they don't like it. I haven't talked to Cliff Bentz because I don't really know him very well, but I suspect he's not going to like it. So what are the issues for Washington County? Let me get to that quickly. What the issues are is that when we were talking initially about value pricing, we were saying, gee, we've got a lot of congestion. Let's have a toll lane so that people can move through and they pay the toll and they get some movement. And that's not where it's gone. Now it's gone to, we're going to restrict the traffic flow. Anybody who's been in business for 2 seconds is going to know people are going to divert. So now you have cities and counties along the diversion route that are saying, gee, this tolling ought to come to us because we're going to have infrastructure to handle this diversion. Okay. They're also saying, which Amanda's working on, how about our disadvantaged communities because they can't pay. So you've got a compounding effect. You're going to exclude a certain population from paying. So you're going to have to charge more to get the revenue that you think you're going to need to do all these improvements. So let me take the easy one first. Amanda's group, here's the problem with that whole issue in my mind. I live in Vancouver, Washington, and I'm a person of color with low income. I'm going to pay this toll every day, and I don't get relieved. I'm a person from Hood River that drives in. I'm a person from Lane County who drives in. I'm going to be paying tolls where others don't. Do you think that the legislators, and I think state legislators, I said congressional people are going to like that? They're not going to. So Peter DeFazio said, well, you're discriminating against my people from Eugene and Springfield and all points south, and he's right. You don't have really people to the east of us who like it a lot. I've talked to some ACT chairs over in that area. They're saying, wait a minute, we're trying to bring produce through and we're going to pay more and we're not going to get anything from it. So it's a problem around the state. Washington County specifically, let's talk about that. Aaron, to be more coherent, because you're saying, what's my opinion? I don't see anything in it for us. There has to be some sort of improvements that matter. And we all represent different districts, other than the chair, she represents the entire county. But how do you tell people from our major industries, guess what? You're going to be paying tolls. It's going to go to other cities and counties, and you're not going to get anything for it. And they're going to say, well, I don't like that very well. It reminds me of medieval Europe, for all of us who've been there. You understand that you go down the river, they used to have bridges, they had chains across, they had drawbridges, and they said, you don't go up the river unless you pay a toll. Well, who gets the toll? The local person who gets it. So to me, the issue for Washington County, this is going to be a huge tax increase on our businesses and our folks who either are our employees coming into the county or our residents going to other parts and other regions, especially when I-5 is considered as well. We're going to have to say, well, why would we support this? I mean, what would be of advantage to us? And how do you get other parts of the state? So to me, the real question, and that was with the infrastructure changes, Aaron, that you were asking about, what do I get for doing this? If I'm going to run out to the airport on I-205, what do I get? They're going to say, you get a toll. I said, well, I'm going to go faster. No. You Are you going to get anything? And the answer is no. Now, how do you tell the Intels of the world or the Nikes of the world or anyone else who's moving product? I got a lot of businesses down in the Wilsonville, Tiger, Tualatin area, moving through that corridor all the time. I've chatted a bit with the mayors and they're going, this is going to be terrible unless we get something out of it. Remember, the boundaries that they're looking at for the tolling booths, and I've seen those a lot, are certain areas, but they're pinch points. And the revenues are not going to Washington County, they're going to those areas along the route. And they're saying, well, if we're going to have these issues, we want, Clackamas County wants transit, I get it, along the corridor. Portland has said 82nd and other facilities. Happy Valley has said, well, we got some issues as far as out of them, but then you've got Westland, you've got various points along the way. So to me, and JPAC is going to be charged with making a decision, and I understand that. I mean, that's what their role is. The Transportation Commission has said they've got charged with it, and so that's Region 1 will be in part of that. But at the end of the day, how hard will it be for a congressional delegate or a U.S. senator to say, hey, I don't represent just that area, I represent the whole state. And the state's telling me this isn't good. It may be good for that area, but it's not good for everybody. So I'm not trying to throw cold water on it. I just know that there's a lot of issues because I've been in it for 4 years ago when we, actually about 5 years ago, when we started talking about this. And it's a major issue. So we need to frame it because our businesses, once they become aware, are going to say, I don't like it. You know, what's going on? And if Pam were still with WA, which she is for another little bit, you know, her members are going to go, oh, yikes, time out. What's going on here? And so I think we need to understand what all that's going to be so we have useful input. Catherine is our delegate as well as Nafisa is our delegate. In talking about that, but make no mistake, there's different geographic boundaries for Metro than there is for like the Act 1, which is 4 counties, much bigger. And then you get into other acts and you get into other folks in different areas. And the MPO, which does include part of Clark County, you got some representatives up there who their commissioner, at least one of their chairs who talked to me, said, make no mistake, we're going to hammer on them to say, let's figure out how to thwart that unless there's some compensation to our folks for paying this toll. So that's more than you all want to hear, but that's exactly the issues.
So there's one other piece that I'd like to throw out there, and Amanda, forgive me if you mentioned this previously, but I think that the other piece that when you're talking about divergence isn't applied in an equitable sense. I mean, divergence affects the lower income, the more disadvantaged communities at a much higher rate than other communities. So you know, that's always been a concern of mine as well. So I just like to get that out there because people, when people leave to avoid a toll, they don't go very far. They go the shortest distance that they can go. So that's another issue that I have concern about.
Do you mean, Commissioner Treese, do you mean not only is it a socioeconomic, it's an impact to socioeconomically distressed areas, but also there is a geographic hit because diversion has a geographic relationship.
Exactly. And you know, it affects air quality, it affects a lot of different issues, safety in neighborhoods. I mean, we go on and on.
Yeah, the only other point I would make is sell it to the people in Medford, sell it to the people in San Francisco who are running trucks through our area and saying, wait a minute, I've used this example, and you might take this that I'm opposed to tolls, I'm not, but you got to give people something for them, in my opinion. But they're running up I-5 because it's an interstate highway. How do you tell them, guess what? In our little community, we have a toll. If I were Eugene and I saw this coming in, I would put a toll on I-5 right from Eugene to Medford and say, okay, anybody wants to go through there? I mean, we could all do it along the way, or 101, Astoria to Seaside. I mean, we could do it on 26 and say, okay, you can't go there. There's going to be a broader discussion when it actually hits the U.S. Congress, because if these exceptions start occurring, can you imagine everybody saying, thank God I'm in Phoenix and I want to go to Los Angeles, maybe we'll take and toll that highway, so we'll get lots of money. Yeah, no, I'm just going to say it's a big issue.
Yes, it is. And I appreciate how you've really identified really key problems and key questions in this area. So Commissioner Willie and Commissioner Treese, you each articulated you wanted to hear from Commissioner Rogers first. And for at least Commissioner Willie, I know you want to double back, but I'm giving each of you the invitation, given Commissioner Rogers' succinct statements about key questions that need to be asked and answered, and some really important problems like making sure we're in touch with our greater Oregon congressional delegation, if not beyond congressional delegation, as I-5, and that includes 205, is part of the whole Northwest Cascadia people and goods and services flow. So before I go, I wanted to give you the opportunity to reconnect.
Commissioner Willie, I defer to you. I made my comments.
Okay.
Well, simplistically, this is so Oregon-esque. Washington, state of Washington, to the north of us, has done tolling already. 95% of the East Coast is tolled. I mean, we heard that from Senator Merkley when he was traveling on the East Coast a couple of weeks ago, and he didn't have a fast pass, and his toll was double or triple what normal toll is because he didn't have a fast pass. I mean, this is not cutting edge stuff. This is stuff that we can look to others and say, so how'd you do this? And how'd you deal with this? But for some reason, we make it really, really hard. And we try and cut the piece of pie up into about 14 different pieces. And then we throw out there no new payment, which is the stupidest thing I can imagine when we're trying to, when we're saying we're going to charge you to drive up this road because we promise that we're going to use this money to maintain this road. It's going to be better. It's going to be more efficient, and you're going to get through faster. So you can do the time value of money, and you can say, okay, I'm going to spend an hour and a half, which we do now. It took me an hour and a half to get to Salem a couple of weeks ago when I was on my way to Roseburg, which usually takes me 45 minutes. Okay. So if you can say to me, if you go this way, it's going to cost you $5, but it's going to save you 30 minutes. I mean, that's a no-brainer. I mean, and to me, this is all basic stuff and tolling. That's why we do tolling, and we do it because we can't afford transportation upgrades without it. So I don't understand why we make this so stupidly hard, but it appears that we are in the morass of that, and we're not going to get out. So I'm just saying, I'm going to stay right out here in good old Western Washington County and hang out with my rural folks out here. And when the farmers get on me because they can't get through the gridlock in the tunnel to get their product, well, then maybe we'll have more conversations. But I mean, just figure it out. This should not be this hard.
Can I add one thing though, Jerry, that is, and Aaron can verify this. This is new, that I don't know of any place in the United States where you've ever had tolls that weren't dedicated to capacity or pavement. This is to reduce traffic. It's kind of like you bought your house and now you get to pay rent every month. And I'm not talking about the house payments, I'm talking about rent. So this is very unique, and that's part of the problem.
I would agree with that. It's also other places where tolling has occurred for the most part has been to increase capacity by increasing lanes and that type of thing. This is a congestion management tool, which is, and it's put onto existing roads, and that makes a difference. But Commissioner Willie is right. There's a mentality here in Oregon that, you know, it's on sales tax. This is not how we do things here. So there's that as well.
Well, that's why I called it Oregon ISK. I mean, nobody else puts tolls in and says we're going to reduce capacity. I mean, so whose idea was that? Well, Oregonians. So we have to deal with that. I don't know.
So in the spirit of time.
Yes, have at it.
Well, I have some opinions that may surprise you, or maybe you're not as familiar with the opinions that I'm about to share as I am, because I live in my own head and in my own skin. I first want to start with a question. Article 9, are we talking about this restriction due to the voter-approved Oregon Constitution? Yes. Okay. Sorry, I didn't have
Sorry, that wasn't clear. But yes, it's Article 9 of the Oregon Constitution, Section 3E, that has that restriction on state highway funds.
So I don't want you to think you've done anything wrong with the slide set, because I learned a lot from the slide set and your articulation. But it does explain, why do we have this Oregon-esque aspect of it? And it does go to the root of the problem of the Oregon Constitution, voter approved, and other policy work that has been done here locally. But related to that question, there's a part B to the question, I guess. What are the means? I hear the 2023 decision date and another decision date. And I'm not a constitutional expert or anything like that, right? Let me just put out there. I have a genuine question. So do we only, I'm thinking, aren't there two avenues? One is to have the legislature. Can't the legislature adopt a provision? And then the second avenue to change it is take it to the ballot before the whole voter set. But it's that first avenue I'm wondering. So if, you know, the problem has been studied time and time again, that freight all along the Cascadia travel shed from Mexico on up to BC is impacted by things like the I-5 bridge, right? And we've looked at tolling for that. I'm just wondering if maybe one of the solution sets to be proposed and talked about is our region going to the legislature and saying, look, you know, we need you to pass this, keep Article 9, but put these other elected officials on the hook like Metro to come up with some other tools. So that's just one thought. And I'm not looking for an answer now. Let me just get some of these thoughts out, okay? Okay, so let me step back a little bit here and let you know that this all feels like very much like a no-win situation. I'm kind of tired of tolling. All 12 years of my being a Metro councilor, we dealt with tolling, right from, you know, one of my first decision sets in 2007 when I started in February was dealing with the I-5 replacement project and, you know, dealing with tolling there and onward. So yeah, I'm interested in transportation really for Washington County. So I appreciate the very crisp questions that Commissioner Roger was articulating. Spot on, you know? Why should we support this? What is the value proposition for the people of Washington County and for those businesses that need to move through these corridors? They are very reasonable questions that need to be asked and answered. So thank you, Commissioner Rogers, for bringing them to the forefront. But I don't know if I've ever shared with my colleagues here that I'm kind of tired of tolling. So to the statement about not a lick of pavement, here's another thing you may not know about me, colleagues. I supported lots of licks of pavement. My track record is such that I voted for a I-5 bridge design that included additional lanes. Why? Because there were lots of licks of pavement. It was because of safety. Unlike at least one of my colleagues on the Metro Council, I supported the lots of licks of pavement for the off-ramp at Eggleston Road. Is that right? In Washington County and South Washington County off of I-5 because of safety, right? Not all these issues are about throughput. So I'm not against licks of pavement. You know, we have goods that need to be moving safely. We have people that need to be moving safely. And I mentioned this because climate has been mentioned here. Mobility will continue, and it will continue to evolve. We started with horses and buggies. It then went through the Model T, the whole industrial revolution, and now we have these wonderful things called electronic motors and engines and hydrogen power, right? And all of that. Transportation solutions will continue to evolve. And I find myself agreeing with Commissioner Rogers on a lot of this. So I learned a lot from him and discussing these topic areas. I find myself interested in technology and technology in transportation as he has. But I come back to the statement that I'm really kind of tired and bored of tolling policy, but I know I have to do my job here as one of 5. So I don't deny that, I'll do it. I appreciated, slide 4 caused me some questions, and then, which was the timeline of the 2 major tolling projects. But then you came back to it in slide 6, and I appreciated how you articulated the relationship of the different projects. You know, it seems to me, I stand to be surprised, but if there is a tolling or a congestion pricing project or both in this region, I'm thinking it's probably going to be the first such animal or project of its type here in the state of Oregon. So when I saw slide 5 with, I think it was 205 decision in 2023 and then begins in 2025, I'm like, ooh, will the infrastructure, the underlying infrastructure and all of us needing to get toll tags, that'll be done that quickly? Whew, you know, maybe. I look forward to being surprised. I don't rent a car anywhere back in New England without getting a toll tag. So even though I don't have one here. Easy Pass reminds me of Multipass and one of my favorite movies. Just to poke a little fun, Multipass. So I appreciate that the 3 of you are involved in this project and are doing your yeoman's best to summarize where these major projects are. Yes, of course, I am worried about diversion and impact of projects with an equity lens. I think Commissioner Rogers has asked some very key questions or articulated them here that we will need to have some direction on, as well as some others. What does this mean for Washington County, our greater community, Washington County? Why would we support this? And what would we get if we do support this? I think these are all very reasonable questions. And what about our congressional delegation? So I think I, as one of five, would like to see some answers to those questions before we have to weigh in on final proposals. And Chris, you'll correct me if I'm wrong. For years, I thought I was told that one of the reasons why we needed to look into tolling and congestion pricing is because FHWA, the Federal Highway Administration, expected us to. So even though Representative DeFazio, in the 14 plus years I've been an elected official, has been pretty darned firm in his opposition to tolling, at the same time, this federal department agency is requiring us to do this work. So
I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that they've asked that. They certainly have a policy that says we have to, consider demand management and everything else before adding, that's capacity, that's been there. But I haven't heard specifically about the need to look at tolling. But I think Commissioner Willie's right. People all over the country are doing it. And you're also right that nobody has ever tolled all existing lanes of both interstates in your region, the only interstates in your region, without adding capacity, except for that provision of the 205 bridge. So unique, Oregon-esque.
Yep.
Can I throw one little thought out to you, Aaron, and to Chris? And this comes out of District 4. For a long time, those folks out there said, we're not going to Portland, we're going to Seattle. And they've always talked about another freeway and a bridge across the Columbia. So if we're ever looking at tolling, and that gets to be very sexy, if I've talked to the folks up in Hood River County, and they're going across White Salmon, and they're going across Bridge of the Gods there in Cascade Locks. They're not coming into Portland. They're going to Seattle for markets. Is it time for Jerry's group out there, who has been talking about this for a while, if we're going to get into the tolling, very futuristic, that would to me add pavement, add a bridge, and add access to the north. So it's very interesting, because they're going into Portland now and then going up to Seattle. They're not stopping. I mean, they're going through. So anyway, I threw that out, Jerry, because I've heard that from your district for a long time. The businesses out there.
You mean right here in Hillsborough?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, there's some big industries around there too.
Yep. So let me turn to the three of you. You've heard from four of us. Did we answer your specific question, perhaps as crisply as you would have liked, in terms of what information do we need? Some, right? But I don't know that they're necessarily questions that, as our staff, you can get answers for us versus tell others that this is what we're going to need, and get feedback about, well, do these project plans accommodate those questions? The timing, and how often we need these briefings. So I think, is it reasonable for me to say that we have asked about some very key questions and key informational needs, and need the three of you to come back to us? And maybe it's through another memo versus a work session. There are many tools for you to use, but check in with those projects as you see appropriate, and let us know, are we going to have the opportunity for some answers to those questions before those circles where you think you need to touch bases with us or not. I may just be in a position of you're going to have to take me kicking and screaming through some of those circles on slide 6. I think it was 6.
Chair Harrington, I don't think anyone enjoys the tolling conversation. It's a big sticky wicket. I think the questions, the big question, the what's in it for Washington County, the geography, what's in it for the folks who live and work here, the businesses that run through here. I think that Chris and Amanda and I need to sit down and figure out who the best party is to answer that. I think ODOT, it would be the prime folks that I would look to, and it may be that we can provide them that opportunity to have that conversation with you all in looking, and we'll work obviously with CAO Angie about when we can fit that briefing into the rolling calendar, and when makes sense given all the other decision points, and when we would be expected to have an opinion about a policy for some of those outside agencies that are going to be asking us, and try and work all of those things in together. Because I think that at the end of the day, ODOT is the one that has to answer that question of how do you propose, what are you thinking to, because we know that a large amount of the folks moving through the system that they're looking at tolling come in and out of Washington County. And to be super prognosticating, which is really dangerous. I don't think this is the end of the tolling conversation is on these two interstates either. I think that the I-5 replacement bridge, should that ever move forward, will be another target for this conversation. And then further congestion mitigation at a regional level is another target of this conversation. And so I think we have to be really thoughtful that just because these tolling conversations are taking place in 205, which is less of Washington County, but I-5 is in Washington County, and there are diversion routes that move through Washington County and impact our facilities as well as state facilities. What's in it for us to make sure that when we said we agree with adjacent and parallel to, we're thinking big picture for Washington County residents. So I think the three of us can get back and have that conversation and work with the CAO's office to make sure that we're respectful of not overwhelming you and making you kick and scream at every meeting, but maybe in occasional meetings to have this conversation, but answering that big picture question first.
Yeah. If I could add in there, I think that what's in it for Washington County, I'm not sure I think we are going to need to turn to ODOT for help in answering that, because they've got all this, modeling and tools about who people are coming and how much travel time savings and all that. My concern is that we might not have answers to that until after the purpose and need statement is approved. And the purpose and need statement just has a lot of weight. I think back, if I could use an analogy, Tigard, during the Southwest Corridor, Tigard pushed to include specific language that said all of the Southwest Corridor alignments needed to serve specifically a very narrow area of downtown Tigard before we even knew how feasible it was to bring light rail into downtown Tigard. And that kind of hung up all the alternatives had to meet that. So what you define in the purpose and need statement can really hang on you for a long time. So I think I think the purpose and need statement, I'm not sure how we're going to do this. I love that you all agree it's complex. But I think that we just I think that's the best advice, is to just keep front and center. How does this affect Washington County? What does it mean? What do we get out of this? But I think we need to be thinking about that early on in the problem statement and in the purpose and need statement as well, somehow.
So before I turn it over to Commissioner Willie, Amanda, do you have any thoughts? I don't want to keep you from speaking up, just like Aaron and Chris did.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add at this stage of the game. I think one thing that I did want to share, just to Commissioner Rogers' point earlier, there are members on EMAC who are from Southwest Washington, so there is that, perspective added to the conversation. And then also to Commissioner Teresa's point and your point, Chair, around diversion and affordability are two of the biggest pieces of conversation that we continue to have at EMAC in almost every in every way. And so really, thinking about that and just to reassure you, there are representatives on that committee that are from public, have a public health perspective as well, and as other perspectives for sure. So really trying to be holistic and comprehensive about how we talk about all the facets of the impacts of this whole work and what that means in terms of equity and diversity and inclusion in the community engagement portion.
Well, before I come back with one last question to my colleagues, Commissioner Willie.
Well, no, this will be quick. Just this follows up with Aaron. I think the general consensus, again, for years ago when this tolling thing started, this conversation started, I think we've got this thing on 26 called the tunnel that obviously, and we've got 217 that's gridlocked both directions almost all the time now. If we don't think the tolling, if it ever gets through the process and would actually have some glimmer of success, that's going to move west. And certainly we're going to have that conversation out here. But in true efficiency, I'm not going to be around when that happens. I'm going to be long gone. So good luck with that, Aaron.
Oh, I don't like that. Thinking about that alternative, actually.
You're just going to be playing golf on some golf course that isn't accessed by a freeway.
So I just wanted to note to my colleagues that you heard some remarks from me today that I assumed would be somewhat surprising to you. And I don't want to belabor our time together, but we do learn things from one another about one another and one's thoughts through the course of these work sessions. And one reason why we have roundtable time is for us to say, gee, just to converse more without having it be related to a topic of the day or, a crammed work session that deals with different aspects of our business. So I'm just interested in what some of your thoughts are about what I shared with all of us today, not just us as a board, but also our staff. So anyway, so it sounds like our staff has gotten some direction from us today, not necessarily that they were hoping for. We are going to need their help in terms of how to navigate with our questions and information needs based upon that timeline, that snapshot that I take away in my head from, I think it was slide 6, but I'll go back to the slides again after the meeting. Okay, well, thank you, staff, for spending all the time with us on this and for your preparing that memo ahead of today's meeting. My apologies in not having successfully completed my homework for the meeting. So
I do apologize for coming so late before this meeting. It probably would have been an impossible task, but it is a lot more depth. It won't answer the questions that you've asked. I really wish it said, but perhaps gives a little more flavor and will be a good reminder point of the things that we brought up today. I thank you for a lot of time and attention to this issue. We know it's very sticky, and on behalf of myself, I'm not looking forward to the continuing of this conversation, but I think it's very important for this board to give us the directions they want to see come out of the process.
Great. Well, thank you very much, team. Before we adjourn for today, I wanted to see if there were any last topics from the commission before we close today's work session and or with our leadership. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Angie.
So Chair Harrington, I know you mentioned it earlier this morning, but I just want to remind board members that Thursday's roundtable is in person. So I just wanted to highlight that again, because this is a change and we will be in the auditorium.
And I also want to share that I'll follow up with Ms. Angie on what I'm about to talk about. I was asked to serve on a panel at a meeting this upcoming Thursday that has a political component to it. So I was asked to serve on a panel at the Washington County Dems annual picnic, which is an e-picnic this year. And I'm happy to do so using the information that we have publicly available, like our sustainability report. It's on climate change. I haven't asked for any staff support because of that political element. And so I've just been operating that way. But with some of what Commissioner Feist talked about in terms of her having a town hall as well as her civic leaders training, I don't know if I've actually been going about this with the right mindset. So I'm not going to be asking for staff support for something that happens Thursday night, because even if it's appropriate, it's too darned late. But I'll follow up with Ms. Angie to see if I could have and should have done something different. So there you have it. Anything else, anyone, for the good of the order? Great work today. We covered a lot of territory and a lot of different topics. So as always, thank you, colleagues. Onward, ho, we go together. See you Thursday in person. Yay! With no masks. Yay! Even better. See ya.